Live from the heart of Baylor Bear Country, the most comprehensive pregame coverage. This is Game Day Live, powered by Sikkim 365 and KWTX News 10.
And good afternoon. This is 365 Sports Game Day Live. I'm David Smoak, flying solo today, at least in the studio, along with Garrett Ross, who runs the mothership. Craig is out. Paul and Darby Brown from KWTX are both in Orlando, and we will hear from them on multiple occasions. Before we get to Paul Catalina in Orlando at the Bounce House, last night Brigham Young beating, I always say Brigham Young, BYU beating Cincinnati 35-27. Keaton Slovis, 223 yards passing, 2 scores, and Chase Roberts, 6 catches, 131 yards, and a very critical 59-yard catch and run that kind of popped that thing open. Emory Jones, Cincinnati quarterback, played very, very well in that game, but Cincinnati just did not have enough. Here's the rest of the Big 12 today. 3 games at 2:30. There's the Kansas and Texas game on ABC, 24th ranked Kansas, number 3 Texas. There's Houston at Texas Tech. That's on FS2. And then, of course, the game we'll talk about quite a bit, Baylor. And UCF is about at the Bounce House. That's at 2:30 on FS1. Tonight, Iowa State at 14th ranked Oklahoma on FS1 following the Baylor UCF game. And tonight, West Virginia off to a pretty nice start at 3-1 and beating last week, of course, Texas Tech. They're on the road in Fort Worth to play TCU, who's bounced back after the opening loss to Colorado. And speaking of that, Colorado at home against USC, 27-7 Trojans. Late second quarter, 8th-ranked Trojans up at one point, 21-0. They're up now 27-7. One game that kind of draws interest, Northwestern and Penn State. That game is tied at 10-10 at halftime in the Big Ten. Clemson 14-7 over Syracuse, late second quarter. And how about A&M leading Arkansas 17-6? That game is at halftime. And Kentucky is throttling Florida 23-0. That game late in the second quarter. We'll update those games as we go on. We're going to hear from J.J. Joe, former Baylor quarterback and color analyst for Baylor Radio. We'll hear a couple of comments from Dave Aranda, Baylor football coach. We'll give you an update on quarterback Blake Shapen and his availability today and much more here on 365 Sports. We're now going to go to Orlando at the Bounce House. Paul Catalina and Jack McKenzie of 365 Sports have been there since Thursday morning. Paul, not good morning, it's good afternoon, and your thoughts. And you sent me a text a minute ago and said that this place, the atmosphere at UCF is insane.
This is one of the best places I've ever been to, Smokey, for college football tailgating. They take it super serious. I've got beer pong going on all around me, cornhole. They just rang a bell. Like, here's how serious they take it. They ring a bell an hour before kickoff, or an hour, like 90 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes, so that the people don't get distracted and go into the game. So just as you were coming on, I was having to listen to you through this bell of like, hey, Knights, go charge on into the stadium and start tearing down your tailgates, because it is lit here.
All right, so Paul, let's get serious about this. Baylor desperately needs a win. They need to play well, too. And if that's not enough, then okay, so be it. But at 1-3, the loss to Utah, who got drilled last night, and of course, they were just completely overwhelmed by Texas in every way possible. Your thoughts, we've discussed it throughout the week. Here we are, game day. I said earlier that I felt like for some reason this might be backs against the wall, get on the road, get away from home, and maybe play better. Your thoughts about today's game at 2:30?
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to wrap my head around seeing this Baylor team, especially if Blake Shapen doesn't play, winning the game. But I do think that there's some credence to your theory in that, look, this team needs to just be away. Control all the lead and reboot the whole thing. Because if they don't get a win out of here, they're 1-4 going into Texas Tech next week. And then depending on what happens with Texas Tech, that game becomes desperation. Maybe even if Tech wins, it's still kind of desperation times for them. So you don't want to be 1-4 and trying to figure out how you're going to get 5 more wins on the way out against some of the teams they still have left, which would include Kansas State and TCU. And let's not forget a better West Virginia team who might finally break the streak of the home team winning in that series since they started playing. So, yeah, this is so important to them. And it's weird to say that for a middle-of-the-season game, but this is where you find out who you really are. Like, can you pull yourself up out of the mud and get a win and kind of restart your season, or are you just kind of going to continue on the downward spiral?
All right, so Paul Catalina is in Orlando. He's been there with Jack since Thursday, hosting the triple option, and yesterday's 365 Sports in the afternoon. You've been there. It's been friendly, the Big 12, with the 4 new teams that came in for this year. And then, of course, there's 4 new teams coming in next year. It has all been friendly. Lovey-dovey, all of that. What is the intensity, you would think, based on what you've heard from feedback from the Knights fans the last couple of days?
Oh, I think they're fired up. I think that friendly lovey-dovey is going to last until, about an hour and a half from now, and then that's going to end. But they are thrilled to be here. Look, the university came and gave us a helmet for the studio, Smokey, that I'll bring back. I mean, everybody's been great. They are so thrilled to be here. They're so thrilled to be in the Big 12. That, banners all over the place. I've seen several Baylor fans around. Everybody's been great. But I do think that, when the lights come on, so to speak, over there, even though it is a day game, when it kicks off, I think friendly will go out the window for about 3 hours.
I just saw this, a tweet that somebody sent to me that a UCF fan at a tailgate just mooned the Bear Foundation buses. So it's safe. It's an interesting atmosphere. But this is this for Terry Mohajir, the AD for UCF, a young school, a massive enrollment. And Gus Malzahn has said that this is a sleeping giant. What would it win? They beat Baylor in the Fiesta Bowl. We'll get to that in a moment, when Baylor really just got off to a terrible start. At some point in that game, it was tied, but Blake Bortles and company had a field day. Your thoughts about this UCF? What does this mean to them?
This is everything to them, to be able to say that we are here and hosting a Big 12 game and being a Big 12 team, because this was their goal. They set it out for years and years and years to be in the big time, to not be just a commuter school anymore, to not be just a, whatever when it came to athletics. They actually have teams we were talking to Joel, our friend Joel that texts in all the time. We're going to do our second hit over from his tailgate. And he was like, Miami used to call up and be like, yeah, sure, we'll play you whenever you want. Yeah, we'll come up to Orlando. That'll be great. Now Miami's like, oh, I don't know about that. Let's not get crazy here, UCF. So this is about respect. This is about a 20-year project, honestly, about building this up. And this is kind of the realization of it all.
All right, so Grayson yesterday saying that Blake Shapen did cardio last week. He's been out since the Texas State game, and that he expected him to play today. There's nothing yet official from Baylor, but Grayson saying that he expected Shapen to play today. How much does he mean, in your opinion, for Baylor, road game, home game, or any game?
I think he's the difference between if they have a chance to win or not. If Shapen plays, they have a great chance to win this game. If he doesn't, and that's not a knock on Sawyer Robertson. This was not the plan for Sawyer Robertson to have to be thrown in to this role so early on and doing it on a bum ankle. So if Shapen can come back and play, that changes everything for Baylor, and that it gives them that boost that they need. If he can't do it this week, and look, he had a very cryptic Instagram post last night, so we'll see what that means. But, if he doesn't play, I can't wrap my head around to Baylor being able to move the ball and, running the ball and passing the ball, given what we've seen in the first 4 games.
Darby Brown showing video of Blake Shapen warming up. He, of course, it'd be a big deal because of experience, and Baylor does need whatever they can. Paul, we'll get you again. Have fun there. It looks like a great crowd. Looks like a great environment. Looks like a beautiful day in Orlando, and the bounce house will be lit up. I said this throughout the week, that Baylor must weather the storm early on. And I mean by that is don't have that sluggish start that we've seen far too often. They looked pretty good against Utah for a half. They couldn't close it. They lost that game. And then last week it was 7-3 at one point. Then Texas put on the afterburners and just blew Baylor out at McLean Stadium. So we will hear from Paul again later on in the pregame from Orlando. What a great thing it's been to have him there the last 3 days. When we come back, a note or two about Baylor and UCF, the history there, a flashback to a very bad loss for Baylor in the Fiesta Bowl when they won their first ever Big 12 title in 2013. And Darby Brown from inside the bounce house in Orlando from KWTX. We are Game Day Live. This is 365 Sports and KWTX, and we're back with more from Orlando. Stay with us.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, your bank for life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
So before I came to Dr. Thrasher, my teeth were awful. They were ugly, they were yellow, they just looked nasty. I came here and Dr. Thrasher fixed them. They're gorgeous. I love to smile in my pictures and show them off to everybody. I just love them.
Well, I feel terrific. I mean, it's what I live for in dentistry, is to be able to have an impact on somebody's life, to make their life better.
For over 40 years, Hope Pregnancy Centers has championed parents facing unplanned pregnancy with crucial life-affirming resources. We are looking for 350 donors at $30 monthly to provide over 2,000 free life-revealing ultrasounds to moms and dads when it's most critical. Your support of Hope shows every woman and unborn baby that they are valued and treasured by God.
Hello, I'm Sharon Kerr, and I recommend Tony Lenore and Centex Roof Systems to all my friends, my family, and clients.
When it came time to replace our roof, making an investment in your home. And when you're doing something like that, you want to make sure it's somebody that's got high character, which made Centex Roof Systems the obvious choice.
Well, I had a hail claim, and Centex Roof Systems made a stressful situation into a very easy situation.
To your hometown roofer, we approve this message.
We will take you up until 2 o'clock, 2:30 at the kickoff on FS1, Baylor and UCF in Orlando. We just heard from Paul Catalina. We'll go back to him, and Darby Brown around the corner with an update on Blake Shapen. These two teams have played one time. It was in Arizona. It was in Phoenix, and UCF beat Baylor 52-42. It was January 1st of 2014. You can look at the stats, over 1,000 yards of total offense. UCF was very multidimensional. Baylor, too, with nearly 200 yards rushing. Blake Bortles, the quarterback, with the MVP. Terrence Plummer, the defensive MVP in the game, the linebacker. Baylor entered that game after winning the Big 12 title by beating Texas, remember, to close out Floyd Casey Stadium in that cold, frigid day. Baylor was a 16.5-point favorite. UCF won the game 52-42. And there was a lot of distraction during that week. Not that takes away anything from what UCF did. They were fully locked in and focused. But the Art Briles in Texas story was simmering throughout the week. We did the show from actually Scottsdale, and every time someone would walk up to us when we were doing the show or even out and about, they asked about Briles and UT, and that was also a part of the week. In fact, Craig Smoak asked him about it during a post-practice and acted like there was nothing there. It never ended up being that way, but it was absolutely a part of the week in Scottsdale. We are now joined from Paul Catalina in Orlando. We go to the bounce house at UCF, and KWTX's Darby Brown joins us. And Darby, I saw your pregame video with Blake Shapen, and the good news that it looks like he's ready to go.
So I have bad news for you, Smokey. That was from last week on Twitter. So I actually haven't seen him out here warming up yet, but I did see him come out onto the field. Now, we were talking, the Baylor players just came out onto the stadium here and went into the locker room. They're still in their suits. So I don't know if they're a little bit behind schedule, but I would expect to see them out here for some early warm-ups here soon. You can see the UCF players are out here on the field for some sort of pregame situation going on, and we're kind of just taking in the whole scene right here. I've rolled in behind the camera here. We'll kind of turn to the side. There are some cabanas out here. Maybe we could walk over here to the side where you can see there are cabanas on the sideline, which is just funny. This is Big 12 country now. Cabanas on the sideline. You got to love it. Definitely setting the scene here. I can tell you it is steamy. It's been hot in Texas. Maybe we hoped that the first road game would bring somewhere with a cooler climate. Not the case. It's about 80% humidity. Super, super hot down here on the field. Good news, though, for the players. It is some real grass out here. So we have not maybe quite as hot as what you're dealing with back in Texas, but it's going to be a fun one. I'm starting to get excited out here.
Well, I think that's great. The cabana was built for you to be there for the pregame and also get some shade. So let's look at the possibility of Blake Shapen. if he plays today. Grayson Grundhafer mentioned that he thought and expected he would today, but yet no official report. In your opinion, how much does he make a difference in this game or any game for Baylor?
I think he can make a huge difference. I think when you look back at that tape from Texas State, Blake Shapen was not the problem. And in fact, he actually had a really great game despite the results in that one. So you could say, well, hey, he had a good game. They didn't win. They lost to a team that they shouldn't have lost to. Maybe that's sort of a bad sign. But I would say fast forward, other things have started to kind of click. Baylor's defense has gotten a lot better. And if they could just help themselves out a little bit more on offense, obviously I think Blake gives them the best chance to do that. I think this becomes a way more competitive ball game and a better season moving forward.
So what have you felt as you've been there? Paul has been there since Thursday, and just the atmosphere around UCF and ready for this game among the fan base in their first ever home game in a Big 12 game.
Yeah, everyone is really excited, even walking in with the rest of the media group, you know, the people that have been covering this team and this program. Somebody asked, hey, did you ever think that this would be the home of Power 5 football? And I think there were mixed answers there, but it's a big deal. This is a big deal to the fan base, big deal to everyone involved with the program. And so you know that this place is going to be rocking, and they're going to try to perform today that they belong, you know, like they belong in the Big 12.
Darby, this team, Baylor, needs a win. They need to play well. And if that's not enough, then, you know, you go with it after that. But they just didn't play well consistently. And early on, they kind of got themselves, even after they had that fourth or that inside the 5, they had the false start, settled for a field goal. What do you expect? Is this the backs against the wall? They come out with their hair on fire. What do they have to lose? Do you feel like that's in them?
They have to, but I said that, you know, last week, and I don't know if we really saw that. So you have to find it at some point. If they want to change the direction of their season, they're going to have to find some fire and put it out there on the field. You know, from talking with Coach Aranda and the players, they say that the fire is still there, the passion's still there, the belief is still there, but we really just haven't seen it out here on the grass. And so you want to see that. And to be honest, I kind of said this with talking with Paul yesterday, as far as what you'd want to see right away, you want to see them get into the end zone. I think there's some sort of a confidence deal going on right now that they just have. Their red zone struggles have been unbelievable, and they cannot score a touchdown. They have to do that. And so, you know, I would like to see them put together a good drive somewhat early in this game and then actually get into that end zone and finish the drive in a way that could actually make you win a ball game. Yeah,
they need to be efficient. They can't afford the silly, false starts, which has hurt them in the red zone. Last week, twice muff punts by UT, and Baylor basically did nothing with it. What would a win in Orlando, besides the obvious, do for this Baylor football team?
I think it could bring back some energy to this group. Obviously, that maybe is more of the obvious thing. And then, you know, I just think every win is going to matter. I think, in my opinion, they have played the best team in the Big 12 in Texas. They took that loss. Now moving forward, what happens? And I think there's a fight for the middle of the pack. A lot of these teams are going to kind of beat up on each other here, and it seems like it's anybody's ball game any week moving forward. So I think a win here today would prove that Baylor can be in the mix a little bit moving forward. And the opposite would unfortunately just, you know, continue everything we've sort of been dealing with back there in Waco. So I think a win would be big. And hey, maybe they're going to prove to be a road team. That was kind of the case last year. I mean, they would go into some tough environments, you know, figure it out together, be in there together against, you know, them versus everybody type of mindset. They really fed off of that last year. So maybe that'll be the case. And unfortunately, they don't have a lot of road games this year, but you know, maybe they could pick up a few wins on the ones that they have last year.
Yeah, their two best wins last year in Lubbock, and then followed up with that nice win against Oklahoma and Norman, and maybe just getting away from the negativity and getting maybe as one if they can today against UCF. Darby, great to see you. Stay cool if you can. Get in that cabana if you can, and we'll come back with you a little bit later on.
All right. See ya. Thank you.
Thank you. Darby Brown there at Inside the Bounce House. Paul Catalina outside the Bounce House. They'll both be in it covering the game. Jack McKenzie there for us as well with 365 Sports. Update on a couple of scores. Again, no games going on right now in the Big 12 other than BYU winning 35-27. That game, of course, was last night in the Big 12. USC now, it is 34-14 Trojans. Caleb Williams has 260 yards passing in 4 scores, and they lead Colorado in Boulder 34-14. Kentucky now 23-7 at halftime against Florida. That game is also at intermission, and Penn State, Northwestern have started the third quarter at 10-10. Right now, that game is up in Illinois. When we come back, Garrett Ross, his keys to the game. Conversation from the presser on Monday with Dave Aranda on this program. And, man, a lot of people are angry and frustrated, and everybody pointing fingers at everybody. Not so much in the program. Dave Aranda has mentioned that the players have stayed. The outside noise, they've stayed away from it. But with social media, that's nearly impossible. And so a question I had for him after the loss to Texas, especially so one-sided, and then also about his staff. We'll have that. We'll hear from J.J. Joe, and we'll also hear from Baylor Director of Athletics Mack Rhodes on Dave Aranda and this disappointment start to the Baylor football season. Garrett Ross runs the mothership. Thanks to KWTX and 365 Sports. I'm David Smoak, and we're not done. And this is Game Day Live.
Cars priced right, both day and night. At Richard Car in Texas. Trucks built for you, red, white, and blue. At Richard Car in Texas. Cars that zoom with lots of room. At Richard Car in Texas. Count on us, a dealer to trust. At Richard Car in Waco, Texas.
Pizza, burgers, and Bears football. There's no place around Waco that serves them all other than Bubba's 33. Come show your green and gold and enjoy some of Waco's best food and beverages while watching your favorite team, the Bears. When real Bears fans get hungry, Bubba's 33 is the #1 spot for ice-cold drinks, hand-stretched, stone-baked pizzas, and bacon-infused burgers. Join us for indoor or patio dining. Bubba's 33, Waco's restaurant and proud supporter of Baylor Bears football. Sick 'em, Bears.
Edward Jones Financial Advisors Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott understand these are difficult and changing times we live in, but they know how important your financial investments are to you. So is your financial advisor staying in touch with you and helping you navigate today's financial climate? Invest with Edward Jones Financial Advisors Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, who invest their time and experience back to you and your money. And like coaching athletes, investing money is about time, patience, and encouragement. Contact Ben Erlinson at 254-759-8533, Chuck Verno at 720 North 64th Street, Brad Wilson's location at 250 Sharon Drive in Woodway, and Cam Heathcott in Conroe. Edward Jones Financial Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, proud sponsors of 365 Sports. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
After my first car accident, I feared the biggest damage would be to my wallet. I expected a mountain of bills and a long, drawn-out process. But my Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent was there when I needed her and helped me get back on my feet and in my car in no time. Instead of a hassle, I got reassurance and a quick recovery.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Game Day Live on Sikkim 365 Radio is brought to you by Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, TFNB, your bank for life, 3 Nations Brewing Company, Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness, Edward Jones Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, and Bubba's 33.
What up, everybody? Welcome back into Game Day Live. I'm Garrett Ross with today's Keys to the Game presented by Richard Carr Motors. As Baylor heads on the road for the first time this season, it's going to be a hostile environment that they are walking into in Orlando, as UCF has been waiting for this moment for a long time. So let's get into today's Keys to the Game for the Bears to come away with the victory. First things up for Baylor, you have got to maintain your composure. This is a game right now where UCF has been waiting for this for essentially over a decade. The Knights are one of those teams, kind of like Boise State, who were always knocking on the doorstep, but just never got the invitation to the big boy party. And now they have, and they are doing it with a vengeance. Not only on that, but this is also going to mark a significant date for UCF as they welcome back that 2014 team that defeated Baylor in the Fiesta Bowl. So you're going to have guys like Blake Bortles. You're going to have guys like Storm Johnson all back as they celebrate that team ahead of this game. Baylor has struggled at home, really on the line when it comes to false starts, just mental errors. When you go into a road environment and it's going to be as hostile as the bounce house, Baylor has got to find a way to stay out of their own heads, keep their composure, and do whatever you can to not beat yourself against UCF. The second key, Baylor has got to be the better rushing team in this game. When you look at UCF, they have a dynamic duo in the backfield, but their offensive line really isn't their strong suit. So the plays they make, they're really just finding the spot, hitting it, and getting it on their own. Baylor cannot take that for granted. They're on the offensive side. They have got to be the aggressor. They've got to utilize their stable of backs. I'm really not sure what's going on with Richard Reese, why he hasn't been getting the carries that you would think he got coming off the season he had last year. Also, Dom Richardson, he came back last week, got banged up once again against Texas, but he's expected to play again, so that'll add another wrinkle into their running back room. Also, of note this week, Jordan Neighbors. Jordan Neighbors has made the transition from wide receiver to running back full time. How is he utilized in this game? I think it's going to be really cool to see what Grimes and Mateos have in store for Jordan Neighbors and how they utilize him in this offense. But you also got Dawson Pendergrass. We've seen what he can do in brief stints. There was really nothing going against Texas last week on the ground. But I also think that's more so of the caliber of play that Texas has in the trenches. So I'm not going to put all of that on Baylor's offensive line, but you've really got to be the team that comes out, controls the clock, keeps this offense from UCF off the field, and just control the game with your rushing attack. If Baylor can do that, if they can get back to their bread and butter, that wide zone scheme, and utilize it properly, I think they're going to be all right. But they have to be the better rushing team on Saturday night. Lastly, Baylor has got to eliminate the big plays. This is an area where they have struggled all year long. It didn't matter if it was Texas State and TJ Finley torching them. It didn't matter if it was Utah throwing in their third-string quarterback to get the final drive. It didn't matter if it was 3rd and long and you just let Quinn Ewers run up the sideline, because it's cool to watch that, isn't it? All right, Baylor has got to eliminate the big plays. You cannot allow any receiver or anybody from UCF to get behind your defense. I think you've got to stop them at the point of attack. You've got to get off the field on 3rd down. You cannot just let them throw the ball deep, get a penalty, or to get the first down, or just any of that. You've got to be clean, and you've got to eliminate all the big plays. If Baylor can do that, I think they're going to come away not necessarily victorious, but I think they could stem the tide against UCF. But those are going to be our 3 keys that Baylor has to do if they want to come away victorious. And we will see what happens. Stay right here. We'll be back with more Game Day Live right after this.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
I don't know what any of this stuff is.
Is the Jeep not starting?
Token, can you please come help?
Y'all call for a tow?
Yes.
Y'all call for a tow?
Yes.
Call Tow King 24 hours a day for all your emergency roadside needs.
Carol Weaver here from Waco Mattress Center, your local mattress experts. Our team prides itself on saying no. No fine print, no gimmicks, no hidden costs, no long waits. Our experts will help you find the right mattress that fits your needs. We make you 2 promises. We won't sell you a mattress we wouldn't sleep on, and order by 3, get same-day delivery. You have plenty of options to shop, but why waste your time? Come see us at Waco Mattress Center. Thank you for your business.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
Watch KWTX Weekend Mornings on News 10.
There's no doubt this has been a tough season for Baylor. Dave Aranda, the football coach, and the athletic department, too. After 2-7 during the COVID year of 2020, that was kind of like an asterisk. And then, of course, the 12-2, the best record, the best season in Baylor football history. Winning the Big 12 championship and that dramatic finish against Oklahoma State, and then beating Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. 12-2. But there doesn't seem to really they haven't really gained much momentum from that moment. Recruiting's been okay. It's okay this year. The transfer portal is something Dave Aranda admitted that after the 2021 season that they probably should have gone into it deeper. And they did allow the players who were still on the roster, the younger players, to earn their stripes, so to speak. It did not work out, and we know how last year finished with the losing streak and then just a terrible performance, and Air Force beat them up in Fort Worth in the bowl game in frigid temperatures. And then you lose the opening game to Texas State. And so if you win that game somehow, you didn't, you can't take it back. But imagine where they would be. If they're 2-2 with a win against Texas State and Long Island, of course, you expected that, but losses to 2 top 10 teams in Utah, which they had a chance to win, and then Texas, no matter getting blown out, maybe 2-2, you're okay. That doesn't mean you're satisfied. Baylor has won 3 Big 12 titles, played for 4 since 2013. So this has been kind of a stunning start for them. And Dave Aranda today, or actually earlier this week on Monday at his media press conference, trying to answer some questions, update everybody, said they might some of the cavalry might be back and able to play, including defensive linemen and the possibility of Blake Shapen. But the results are 1-3. And this is my question to Dave Aranda Monday during that football press conference. Dave, despite whatever you are as a person, whoever you are, when you look at yourself in the mirror as a football coach, as a head coach, what has gone wrong? And how long will it take to fix it? You kind of answered that a little bit just now.
Yeah, I think we have to be able to look at, I appreciate the question, we have to be able to look at the things that we're not performing well in, and we have to, take any of the emotion out of it. And we have to look at, whether it's a coaching error or it's a personnel issue or it's a, we're asking too much here or we're not devoting enough time here. We have to get all the emotion out of it and just address the kind of the reality of it and fix it, And I think things like that can, it's as simple and as difficult as that, because a lot of times emotion gets into it. But, I love this staff, and I love the fact that they are all in, and they want to address things, and they don't hold back, and they want to get better. And so I feel like that's the journey that we're on.
How has the staff reacted to this start? I mean, is there some truth serum that has to be looked at? And,
yes.
And do they understand the consequences?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
There's Dave Aranda on Monday, and there's some heat, and it's a frustrating thing. Some fans want to just lose their minds, and they have, and because there's a standard there, and Baylor Director of Athletics Mack Rhodes feels it too, because Baylor football, that's the moneymaker. Men's basketball with Scott Drew's a moneymaker too. So there seems to be a lot of questions. There are some that, of course, they don't write the check to make changes. They don't write the check even as a part of the change to bring in Dave Aranda. That doesn't mean they don't have a right to an opinion of where the football program is. So Mack Rhodes, who joined us earlier in the week on 365 Sports, and some of the questions about the football team and head coach Dave Aranda. Baylor Director of Athletics Mack Rhodes with us, Paul Catalina, Craig and David Smoak on 365 Sports. Mack, thank you very much for your time. This is not in any way to compare to where Baylor was and what you had to deal with, the dark clouds and controversy when you arrived in the summer of 2016. But has the football program's decline been pretty much next up as one of your toughest challenges right now as an AD?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I think it depends upon how you look at it, right? And you think about it. It's certainly a tough stretch, a tough patch because, we're disappointed, after 4 games, right? We certainly didn't expect to be 1-3, and the Texas State loss was obviously a tough loss. You know, when you think about, you know, both Utah and Texas, right? Those are two teams that, you know, are you know, top 10. I didn't see the latest AP. I'm not sure exactly where Utah was, but certainly if they're not top 10, they're right there. And you know, statistically, you know, two of the most elite defenses. You know, and you think about the three losses, those teams have a combined 11-1 record. Now, again, certainly inexcusable, and no disrespect to lose to Texas State. So, you know, from that perspective, that's really tough. And so, you know, all of the you know, the negativity, right, that surrounds all of that, you know, having to navigate that, you know, but I think, you know, the positive for me is, you know, I've walked into, you know, some athletic departments as athletic directors, right, where the football program has been on a decline and headed in the wrong direction. And you know, those programs, the culture wasn't good. You know, there was dysfunction within the walls. You know, players had given up on coaches. There was discontent, obviously, amongst players, finger pointing. There was disconnect with coaching staff, right? All of those things. And then when you looked at the roster, you know, there wasn't a lot of necessarily, you know, hope for the future. And I really think we're in a much better and different situation than any of those. You know, you look at stuff like 60% of the snaps, you know, this season have come from our first or second year players, right? I think about, you know, the 2020 season. That was a tough season. And yet in 2021, we win the Big 12 championship in the Sugar Bowl with that same roster. And so, you know, we've got, I think, a program that, although the first four games have been tough and difficult, I do think that there is a lot of positive about the program. So I don't know, you know, I think, you know, I would have probably just candidly answered the question, Smoak, and I apologize for taking so long to answer. I probably, as I'm thinking through this, probably would have said, yeah, absolutely. It's the second hardest stretch by far. If I thought it was you know, we were in a situation where I thought we were spiraling, you know, downward and there was no hope. But there's a lot of positivity about a lot of positive things about the football program that I know and understand that not everybody, you know, gets to see because they're not part of it on a day-to-day basis.
Mac, you mentioned there are things that you see that maybe most don't, maybe outside of the program. Can you share what some of those are? Because obviously the results say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. You know, I think going back to the Texas game, and Craig, I think your exact words were it got out of hand pretty quickly. And I don't know that I disagree, right? I've heard now two stats, right? We were in the red zone 6 times. We were in the red zone 7 times. Regardless, right? We scored 6 points. That's unacceptable. We got to get better. And doesn't matter who's playing at quarterback. Doesn't matter how young, you know, our offensive line is, right? All of that. Doesn't matter that, you know, the Texas defenders, when we beat them in 2021, they were, you know, freshmen and sophomores, and now they're juniors and seniors. We need to figure it out, and we need to be better. and a lot more efficient than only 6 points in terms of the red zone. So the things that I see are culture and the connectivity of the team and the different conversations and the lack of finger pointing, and this is a team that despite 1-3 and nobody happy with the way we played, starting with Dave Aranda and the staff, but also our players. Like it's a team that's still really close and still really supportive of one another and supporting each other as individuals and taking ownership of not performing at maybe a level or executing at a level that they should, right? Not blaming it on anybody else, but taking that ownership. And so, it's still a really, really healthy locker room. It's still a unit. And when I say unit, I'm talking about certainly, the 110 players, but also the coaching staff that is very much still on the same page. And I think, pulling the rope in the same direction. So those are all of the little things, the energy in the meetings, the energy out on the practice field, players still being on time for everything, right? All of those little things are still really, really, really positive. And, when you've been doing this long enough, teams that are heading south and there's not a lot of hope, right? None of those things are happening. There's pointing fingers. There's people blaming each other. There's people not pulling the rope in the same direction. All of a sudden, the little things like being on meetings, being to meetings on time, etc. All of that now is disregarded, and so the care factor really goes down. And I will just probably the best way for me to summarize it is that the overall care factor within the program is still really, really, really high.
Everyone wants to get rid of somebody. The loyalty that Dave Aranda showed Baylor after 12-2, the best year ever, the Big 12 title, the Sugar Bowl, and yet again he also got a very nice chunk with an extension that you all at Baylor offered and he accepted. But at the same time, it's what have you done for me lately? In your opinion, the word pressure may not be the right word, but I think it's a fair question. Do you think Dave feels more pressure, or do you because that's the one you hired?
Yeah. I'm kind of chuckling because Dave and I don't sit around Sunday night and say, "Hey, you feel more pressure," or
I know.
or do I feel more pressure? I think. Look, Dave's focused on how do we win games? How do we get better? How do we beat UCF on Saturday? Quite frankly, and so I think he's human, and he knows that 1-3 isn't where we should be, and and so he gets that there is some pressure and there is some noise. I don't think he's listening to the noise, but he's he's smart. He knows that there's a lot of chatter out there, but I think he's focused on the right things. And for me, again, I stay focused on what I can control, what we can control. And I would say the same for Dave. And so that's where my focus is. And like I said, I think this program is healthy, and I think that it's got a bright future. Certainly not throwing this season away. think we have an opportunity to really, really compete. And, I think I'm just saying, in closing on this particular question, I've got complete faith in Dave Aranda.
You mentioned earlier that you have all the faith in the world in Dave Aranda. That's not that dreaded vote of confidence. That's not what you were doing. I didn't ask you for that, but that's where you are right now, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I'm at.
Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Baylor Director of Athletics, Mac Rhodes, with us.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, your bank for life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
Shelley's business needs to be more efficient, and she heard hybrid meeting would help. She called Asbel Electronics, and we took her vision and created a space that was easy to use and maximized live interaction in the office while fully interacting with customers and remote workers. Pastor Dave wanted to live stream his Sunday services, so he called Asbel Electronics. We implemented technologies that brought the in-church experience to the living room while minimizing volunteers' workflow. Let us make your vision come true. Contact Asbel Electronics for all your professional audiovisual needs.
Waco is the heart of Texas, centrally located and home to industry-leading distribution centers like Amazon, Walmart, and Tractor Supply. From Waco, it's easy to get anywhere you want to go. And at Jeff Hunter Toyota, we have the perfect vehicle to get you there, like the new Toyota Tundra, Toyota RAV4, Highlander, and Tacoma. Go where you want to go in a new Toyota. Find yours today at Jeff Hunter Toyota. Toyota quality, Waco values.
When the sun rises over Central Texas, we know there's work to be done. So if you need to dig, haul, cut, lift, mow, or anything in between, your local Bobcat dealers in Waco and Temple have all the equipment you'll need to get the job done right. We sell, we rent, and we've got parts and service to keep you up and running, no matter where the job takes you. There's work to do. Let's get it done.
We are joined by Brandon Helwig, UCFsports.com. Baylor and UCF in what will be the Knights' Big 12 home opener after playing in Manhattan in a really competitive game against Kansas State. Brandon joins Craig and Paul. I'm David Smoak. Brandon, thanks for your time. We know about the excitement as they led up to the official date earlier this summer, the first Big 12 game last week. What will it be like in Orlando around the campus this week with their first home game?
It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, this is a day that, needless to say, that every UCF fan has circled on their calendar since the schedule came out earlier this year. It's been, I guess, more than 2 years since the official invitation went out, and everyone was just waiting for, 2023 and the first Big 12 season. And, everyone is hyped up. I mean, it was a big rush, last week going on the road for the first time at Kansas State. And I know a bunch of Knight fans made that trip. And just for me personally, someone who's been covering the team for a long time, and just, you're at the game and, you're in the atmosphere and you're kind of taking it all in, but it almost didn't seem real in terms of just, this is a conference game now. This isn't just like a non-conference game that you're playing. You visit one of these teams every few years or so. And it may take a little while, at least for me and maybe the fans, to kind of recognize, this is conference play now. But yeah, it's going to be an electric atmosphere. I think the fact that it's a 3:30 game, I think maybe fans would have preferred maybe a night game, but 3:30 isn't too bad when it could have been a noon game. So obviously the game's been sold out for a long time, and I know this secondary market is kind of lighting up in terms of getting tickets and what have you. But it's going to be a really electric atmosphere this Saturday inside the Bounce House.
What would this mean, just get this first one? Baylor obviously right now seems to be kind of a mess, and who knows, although they want to run the football, they haven't really been able to do that, except I don't even know if they did it really well against Long Island. But getting the first conference win and just moving forward and then just letting the rest of the schedule take its place?
Yeah, it's, for UCF in this first season, in the Big 12, I mean, you want to be competitive in the league. You want to make a bowl game. And if you kind of look at the schedule and how it lays out, you've got some tough games coming up. I mean, after Baylor, you got to go on the road to Kansas. They're very talented. They have a talented quarterback. You got to go on the road to Oklahoma. So if UCF wants to be competitive, in the Big 12, this is, I hate using the word must win, but this is a game that they really need to win. It's at home. Baylor's been struggling a little bit, but as I mean, that record's, deceiving. I know that Texas State game is something that I think everyone is scratching their heads about, but, this is a team that, was down to the wire with Utah, a few weeks back and could have won that game if things go a little bit differently. So, you look at the Vegas lines, I think UCF is favored by 9, and after, UCF's going to have to prove that they can be, and they were competitive with Kansas State. I mean, if the defense can get off the field, there was an opportunity in that third quarter. UCF took the lead and it looked like they were going to get the ball back, and then maybe they could have potentially put up another score on the board and had a 2-possession lead. But they were the penalties just really hurt UCF defense. There was a late hit on the quarterback. There was an offside. There was multiple times where it looked like UCF could have got off the UCF defense could have got off the field, but could not. But this is a big game. I mean, this is a really big game just for UCF. You want to get that first Big 12 win. I think last week, or I think Houston might have played TCU 2 weeks ago, but none of the newcomers have won a Big 12 game yet. And you would love to be able to say you won your very first Big 12 home game.
Brandon, what do you think? What do you think about the 2013 team coming back?
That's going to be a lot of fun. They've got a big reunion. It's kind of worked out perfectly if you think about it. It's been 10 years since that memorable 2013 season, and there was a lot of moments that year. Just wins that just last minute victories that you didn't think they were going to pull out, and just everything kind of bounced in UCF's favor, then going all the way to the Fiesta Bowl. And obviously you guys know more than anyone about the hype that Baylor had going into it. I mean, no one gave UCF a chance in that game. I think it was one of those ESPN commentators had all of his confidence points that Baylor was going to blow UCF out of the water. And, it kind of was the other way around. And there was only I think it ended up being a 10-point UCF win, 52-42. It felt like it was a little bit more than that. But, yeah, they've got a lot of guys coming. I think there's a reunion dinner on Friday night. I know maybe one or two of those guys maybe is going to join you guys later in the week. But, yeah, they're going to be honored during the game. Yeah, it'll just be a fun weekend. Obviously first Big 12 game ever at UCF, and honoring that 2013 of American Championship and Fiesta Bowl winner team.
Brandon, thank you very much. Good to have you anytime, and we appreciate your time. It's been fun to have you since back in the fall of 21, when all the news came down about the 4 incoming schools, including UCF. We appreciate your time. Enjoy the week.
All right, guys. Thank you. Take
Brandon
care.
Helwig with us, again with UCFsports.com. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness on Lakeshore Drive is a premier, elite, life-changing experience where you can change your mind, body, and soul. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness offers over 40 group exercise classes every week, including boot camp, indoor cycling, bar, silver sneakers, and more. If you haven't been to Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness lately, you're missing out on the improvements. New flooring in the weight room floor and locker rooms, new paint and mirrors added to the weight room and group exercise room, and many new machines have been added and arriving constantly on the weight room floor. New free weights, weight machines, TRX, rowing machines, stationary bikes, new treadmills, new ellipticals on the spacious weight room floor. Personal training with Christy London, Randall Corley, Alex Box, and welcome to Nathan Roach, where you will be encouraged and motivated to grow. A kids club included with your membership, plus sauna, whirlpool, and tanning bed. 16 tennis courts plus a beautiful stadium court, and longtime youth tennis pro Britt Coleman and assistant junior Kenna. Adult tennis lessons and clinics with Blake, and the commitment to pickleball with 8 courts and instructor Jody Thurman. Visit the website at wacotennis.com or visit us at Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness next to Hawaiian Falls on Lakeshore Drive in Waco. Three Nations Brewing Company has 16 different beers on draft with a new beer every Friday. It also offers 2 air-conditioned tap rooms, a large indoor beer hall, a second-floor mezzanine offering a great overview of the brewing company and equipment and patio where you can relax under the shade. Plus, you can now experience the new Three Nations Beer Garden Grill on our shaded patio. Grab a cold beer and enjoy a bite from our freshly prepared and delicious menu. Street tacos, quesadillas, freshly cooked burgers and dogs, and veggie burgers too. Nachos and so much more, all prepared and cooked on site. So come visit the award-winning Three Nations Brewing Company on East Vandergrift off I-35 in Carrollton.
Parenting is full of surprises.
You never know what to expect.
So after our son was born, I called my Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent to set up a life insurance policy in case something happened to me.
Sawyer is now 2.
And we'll soon have a sister. There's no one else I would trust with protecting my family.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
In our logo and advertising, we say we are people that you can count on. What does that mean? It starts with providing a quality vehicle and quality service at a fair price. But it also means we do what we say we will do, and we treat people fairly with respect. It starts by hiring great people, good local folks who work hard with a caring attitude. Our employees are the real reason we are people that you can count on. Put us to the test and see for yourself that at Richard Carr Motors, we are people you can count on.
Game Day Live on Sikkim 365 Radio is brought to you by Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, TFNB, your bank for life, Three Nations Brewing Company, Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness, Edward Jones Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Furno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, and Bubba's 33.
Just around the corner, Darby Brown and also Paul Catalina from inside the bounce house for Baylor and UCF. 2:30 on FS1, the kickoff, and we'll take you up until 2 o'clock. And around the corner also, former Baylor quarterback J.J. Joe, who's also the color analyst on Baylor Radio. To update some of the top 25 games, Penn State was 10-10 with Northwestern. That's now 20-10 Penn State. And there's 4 minutes left in the third quarter. USC 34, Colorado 14. Now 9 minutes left. USC is at the Colorado 40-yard line. Caleb Williams has thrown for 4 touchdowns. Kentucky 30, Florida 14. Florida had that nice win, remember, just recently against Tennessee. But Kentucky, Mark Stoops has a really good football team. 30-14, Kentucky. Florida is at their own 20, and there's 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Up in Arlington at AT&T Stadium, KJ Jefferson, Arkansas quarterback, was intercepted, returned for a touchdown, and Texas A&M leads Arkansas 27-16, 3 minutes left in that game. Here again is the schedule in the Big 12 today with 3 games going on at 2:30, including the game between Baylor and also UCF. There is the game with Texas, number 3 in the country, hosting Kansas 24. Lance Leipold, and what Kansas has done has been spectacular in the win this past week at home against BYU. Speaking of BYU, you see their score at the top last night, beat Cincinnati 35-27. Also, Houston at Texas Tech, 2:30. Texas Tech will be in Waco Saturday night. Next week, Joey McGuire and Tech at Baylor. And then also, there's Iowa State, Oklahoma, the Sooners, and Texas play next week up at the State Fair in Dallas. That game at 6 o'clock, and then West Virginia at TCU in a 7 o'clock kick in Fort Worth on ESPN2. When we come back, J.J. Joe on what would he do? What does he think Baylor can actually do? Can they fix it? And then Darby Brown and Paul Catalina again live from Orlando for UCF and Baylor. And this is 365 Sports and KWTX and Game Day Live.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
Locally owned and operated by a Christian family, Syntex Roof Systems is the one to trust. We're the most experienced and trusted roofing company in Central Texas with the best warranty in the business. offering free evaluations with honesty and integrity from start to finish for your roofing project. Thank you for so many wonderful years, and may God continue to share His blessings upon us all.
God bless Texas.
We're your hometown roofer, and we approve this message.
Hi, I'm John Proctor with Home Place Interiors. You know, nothing compares to the quality of an area rug to finish your house. Come by and save 50% on all in-stock and special order rugs. Come by Home Place Interiors, where quality is affordable.
For all your flooring needs, visit Home Place Interiors at 523 Lake Air Drive, Waco.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
KWTX Skycam Network, sponsored by Ray Broker Air Conditioning.
Baylor coming off getting routed by Texas on Saturday. Play in Orlando on Saturday of this week. JJ Joe joins us.
JJ, what positives do you pull from the other night that they can build on? I know it's tough at 38-6, but did you see some things out there that now that Texas in this first month of the season or the first 4 games are out of the way, what can they build on out of all this?
You know, I that's a really tough one because I think offensively, you know, we just could not compete. I think we had a couple, a good team Monterey, get a little action, get our speed going. Our run game was really not there. Offensive line, like you said, it was kind of felt like men against boys, and when they turned it up, we really couldn't do much, and that's why I made the comment before. Last week, I think that you got to the Alabama game. So right now, I think for me, the only positive I think you get out of it is just maybe this opens some eyes. I think in the staff that this game is about this big boy ball. It's about winning. I mean, at the end of the day, all the other stuff that goes along with it. Yeah, we want to have really good young men with really good student athletes. So that's what I was. But at the end of the day, you got to just go get, when you win a Big 12 championship, you have to leverage it. You got to take advantage of every rule that's available to you to stay competing with guys like Texas. Texas took advantage of every rule available to them. Whether you want to say, hey, they have the best line money to buy, but they're going to compete for the national championship this year. And Baylor should be doing that, and we're not.
And Aranda said that Blake's still not quite there, although they're going to start opening him up to do a bit more this week. But how much of a difference do you think he can make for an offense struggling the way that this one is?
Yeah, unless Blake's going to start blocking, man, I'm not sure. I mean, he'll help. Don't get me wrong. Blake will help. But we have to remember, Blake was in that first game, and he went most of the way, and we were losing to Texas State. So, I mean, he would definitely help in the passing game. I think there's a lot of opportunities there that probably just not used to seeing, and he's just not in that flow. So Blake will help, but really what has to help happen is that relatively young offensive line has to come together, and it just takes time in games, man. That's just the way it is, and whatever has to happen with maybe simplifying the team, maybe changing some things, maybe maybe it'll get there. But I will say this. I was encouraged early because I think Coach Grimes adjusted to get Sawyer some really easy completions early, because he was completing a pretty high percentage early, then it was kind of waned. But I was glad to see that because I thought that helped his confidence some, and then it kind of waned later as UT ran away from it.
As a former player, as an alum, a letter winner, and also someone that does the analyst work for Baylor Radio, I want to go back to a couple, 2 or 3 answers from you. You could almost hear it in your voice as you've seen this roster built, or lack of it, that Baylor, are you suggesting in a way that they have not taken advantage of what's in front of them, especially after the Sugar Bowl win in their best year ever?
Smoak, I'm not there every day, but I would say that, and this is no disparage. I mean, I think we have good talent, and some of that talent is young. And that's just one of the gaps. So I think last year when we had the returning offensive linemen, I think we missed on the receivers. We just didn't do it. So that we lacked talent on the edge, experienced talent to take advantage of the 21 championship. And that, I think Coach admitted that. And then this year, your receivers developed, so that's what should have happened. We got the Barrington brothers, but I think when you have Blake at quarterback, you have to commit to a certain type of style of play. You got to say, Blake's going to be our quarterback this year and potentially next. I got to get him a couple of tackles, guys who can play. I got to get him, make sure that he has some receivers that can go get it. Then I'm leveraging him at the highest and best use. So our talent via our competition, I believe, this is just me, is not where it was. Now, we had special guys. I think Jalen was special. We see Terrell now starting to do the same thing he did in college. He's special. J.T. Woods is playing. That guy was special, and several others. So I'm not going to fool myself, but I think sometimes we'll believe that the schemes and the things that we're doing, that Abram was special, Preston was special, was what was unique. When that wasn't what was unique, the uniqueness was the player. The player was unique, and you put him in a good scheme.
JJ, are you surprised that it turns around all so quickly now because of all the things you mentioned before about, the rules that are now available?
Yeah, it didn't surprise me. I mean, Deion can take a one-win team, and I'm not going to say they're going to win 9 games, but they won 3. He made them competitive because he was unapologetically kind of true to kind of how he knows this thing is. And whether we like it or not, college football is big business, and he knows, number one, you have to structure this thing to help get young men to a certain point where they're ready for life after football. But at the end of the day, you have to win football games. And he and some people didn't like that, but trust me, man, guys being asked to leave by coaches and been ushered out the door and said, hey, you don't have plans, that's been going on since I played. So for a kid to get get the knowledge from the coach that, hey, man, it's not a spot for you here, I just go look for something else, that's not new. The only difference is, now that it's a little bit more public with the transfer portal and all that. So I mean, I think in the future, I think we've learned a lot. But I'm hoping the rest of this year, this thing, and I think it can turn around, but it's going to take a lot.
JJ, as always, thank you very much for the insight. We appreciate it. JJ Joe, Baylor radio color analyst, with us on 365 Sports.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, your bank for life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
At Dr. Smiley, you're always our top priority. Dr. Lee, Dr. Lim, and the friendly staff are committed to delivering exceptional and professional care in general, family, cosmetic, and emergency dental services. Get $2,699 implant, abutment, crown, 3D CBCT scan, and consultation with IV sedation available. Dr. Smiley accepts Medicaid and most dental insurance. Call Dr. Smiley today at 254-732-2606 and book your appointment now.
Hey folks, Derek Scott here with Jim Turner Chevrolet. September is the month to buy a Chevrolet truck. On every 2023 Chevrolet Silverado, you can take advantage of 0% for 36 months or as low as 3.9% for 72 months. Combine this with fantastic trade-ins, award-winning service department, and body shop, plus no gimmicks, it's a no-brainer. So give us a call, 254-840-3261 or 24/7 at turnerchevy.com. And remember folks, we're just a heartbeat away in McGregor. We'll treat you like family.
Hope you've had a great Saturday. College football kicked off at 11 o'clock. A lot of games going on. The Big 12 about to have 3 at one time at 2:30, including Baylor in Orlando against UCF. We go back to the bounce house at UCF as the Knights host Baylor. And Darby Brown, KWTX, joins us again here on Game Day Live. Okay, Darby, give us an update. What's it like and what have you seen?
Yeah, it's starting to fill in here at the bounce house. We got students on both end zones, which is interesting, and they've already been chanting. As you might be able to hear, they're right behind me here at the walkout for field. Baylor players have kind of been coming out by groups here for some warm-ups. But you can see across the field, good showing from the student section on that side, and then there's another side right here on the other side as well. So starting to create a good environment here, and it's definitely going to be a fun one. It is a sauna out here, but people are showing up regardless.
So anything on Blake Shapen, Darby?
So we're still waiting to see him. Hopefully he's going to come out here in a second as their players are about to roll out here for true warm-ups once he's dressed. Although I will say he was dressed in warm-ups last week, so I'm not sure how much we'll really be able to learn on that front. But first step is that directly. We're going to move out of the way a little bit here. But the first step is seeing him come out here for warm-ups. So hopefully we'll see that momentarily.
Well, if we didn't know you were in Florida, we do now with that beautiful palm tree behind you and that cabana you're talking about. And it's a gorgeous day. You said it's steamy, it's hot, but hey, Baylor plays in Texas, practices in Texas, so they should be used to that. So give me your gut feel, Darby, on today's game.
I'm feeling good about it. You know who is here? And I saw was Dylan Doyle momentarily, which he was always a guy that could really fire up his teammates. So maybe he'll give them some sort of pre-game talk or something like that. Maybe they'll get the juices flowing here and have a good start. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like it's going to be a fun environment, fun game. And, hopefully you'll see Baylor with a lot of energy kind of feeding off of going into enemy territory.
And you could feel, right, what this means to UCF. I asked Paul about that and you earlier, but just kind of that this is not just now them in the Big 12 after the loss to Kansas State, which was very competitive. They are playing without their quarterback as well with John Rice Plumlee. But your thoughts about what the feeling is like inside Orlando, and it's not just Disney World that is there.
Yeah, no, this is a proud fan base that is really excited about this opportunity, and I think starting things off on a good note means a lot for them. You can just kind of see it. Their tailgating was impressive. The whole atmosphere has been pretty impressive, and so you can feel that they love this team and this program. And there's a lot of I love the bounce house. I love the kind of culture around it. They got a good thing going here, and I know it means a lot to them.
Darby Brown, live in Orlando inside the bounce house with us on Game Day Live. Darby, one more question. What are your thoughts about some of the heat and maybe the speculation and people upset with what's happened and Dave Aranda as the football coach?
Yeah, it's a tough season. I mean, it is what it is. I think there have been things where you just kind of are scratching your head like, how did we get here after a couple of years ago winning the Big 12, winning the Super Bowl? But, you never know really what's all going on inside the program. I just have to say, let it play out. Like, let this season at least play out. There's a lot of people saying a lot of things right now. There's a lot more football to be played. Obviously, it hasn't been a great start, but we're just heading into October. Really, that's where stuff starts to get really important. So I think, in general, let it play out. This is only their second conference game. We'll see what they put out there on the field today.
All right, tease what you'll have for KWTX both tonight and also this weekend, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so we'll have highlights for 6 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock I'll have a full recap after talking with the team, about the results on the game, and then we'll have a wrap-up tomorrow morning as well, so plenty of coverage to come on our KWTX newscast. We have a 6 o'clock tonight, 10 o'clock tonight, and then in the morning tomorrow. So we will get you covered on the results of this game. Hopefully I know Baylor fans, they want to hear some good news, so we'll see. Here we go. The players are about to come out behind me. You can kind of see Royden concerned to it.
Yeah.
You can see it starting to happen here. So, yeah.
I don't know how much longer we can wait for that. We got a little bit of time. You want to show that, again, they're right there at the tunnel, and probably still a few more seconds before they come out.
Yeah, probably. They're starting to, there's always a lot of chanting involved. So you kind of feel like it's about to happen, and then they're clapping, and then eventually someone gives them the green lights here. So I think it's about to happen. We can give it a second.
Yeah,
Get some of the tight ends rolling out here onto the field. There we go.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, receivers. And there's Blake. Blake is dressed.
Blake Shapen is dressed and about to come out. All right.
Yep.
There you go. Darby all over it.
Yep.
Great job. Right there at the tunnel. Baylor coming out on the field, and Blake Shapen is dressed in the tunnel and about to enter the field. Great job, Darby. Fantastic job. In fact, thanks for your opportunity to have you on a couple of different times here on Game Day Live. So there's a big deal, Garrett, with Blake Shapen in the tunnel and some of the players coming onto the field. It looks like he's not just dressed to just look good. It looks like he's dressed, he's ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be crucial if he's able to get out there and get it going. I think that really his not having him there from the offensive perspective to spread the field out has been detrimental to this Baylor offense. If you get him out there, I don't think it necessarily guarantees you a victory, but it's definitely going to make things it's definitely going to keep it close. I think it gives you a better opportunity to leave Orlando with the dub if you're Baylor.
All right, thank you, Darby Brown. What a great timing with the tunnel.
Yeah.
And Blake Shapen right there just inside the tunnel as the players approach coming onto the field. When we come back, Paul Catalina is also in Orlando. We'll get his final thoughts, and Blake Shapen dressed and ready to go. I'm David Smoak with Garrett Ross and much more, 365 Sports and Game Day Live on KWTX.
Edward Jones Financial Advisors Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott understand these are difficult and changing times we live in, but they know how important your financial investments are to you. So is your financial advisor staying in touch with you and helping you navigate today's financial climate? Invest with Edward Jones Financial Advisors Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, who invest their time and experience back to you and your money. And like coaching athletes, investing money is about time, patience, and encouragement. Contact Ben Erlinson at 254-759-8533, Chuck Verno at 720 North 64th Street, Brad Wilson's location at 250 Sharon Drive in Woodway, and Cam Heathcott in Conroe. Edward Jones Financial Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, proud sponsors of 365 Sports. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Pizza, burgers, and Bears football. There's no place around Waco that serves them all other than Bubba's 33. Come show your green and gold and enjoy some of Waco's best food and beverages while watching your favorite team, the Bears. When real Bears fans get hungry, Bubba's 33 is the #1 spot for ice-cold drinks, hand-stretched, stone-baked pizzas, and bacon-infused burgers. Join us for indoor or patio dining. Bubba's 33, Waco's restaurant and proud supporter of Baylor Bears football. Sick 'em, Bears.
Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness on Lakeshore Drive is a premier elite life-changing experience where you can change your mind, body, and soul. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness offers over 40 group exercise classes every week, including boot camp, indoor cycling, bar, silver sneakers, and more. If you haven't been to Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness lately, you're missing out on the improvements. New flooring in the weight room floor and locker rooms, new paint and mirrors added to the weight room and group exercise room, and many new machines have been added and arriving constantly on the weight room floor. New free weights, weight machines, TRX, rowing machines, stationary bikes, new treadmills, new ellipticals on the spacious weight room floor. Personal training with Christy London, Randall Corley, Alex Box, and welcome to Nathan Roach, where you will be encouraged and motivated to grow. A kids club included with your membership, plus sauna, whirlpool, and tanning bed. 16 tennis courts plus a beautiful stadium court, and longtime youth tennis pro Britt Coleman and assistant junior Kenna. Adult tennis lessons and clinics with Blake, and the commitment to pickleball with 8 courts and instructor Jody Thurman. Visit the website at wacotennis.com or visit us at Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness next to Hawaiian Falls on Lakeshore Drive in Waco.
Game Day Live on Sikkim 365 Radio is brought to you by Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, TFNB, your bank for life, 3 Nations Brewing Company, Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness, Edward Jones Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, and Bubba's 33.
One score update, USC now 48-21 at Colorado. That game is still in the third quarter. Caleb Williams, 374 yards passing, now 6 touchdowns as they have Colorado down 48-21. Colorado at their own 35-yard line. Kentucky still up by 16 on Florida, now early fourth quarter, and Penn State opening up against Northwestern 27-13. A&M in their game up at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, 34-16. They've blown that open. The pick six of Jefferson kind of then got them going in a punt return touchdown with 7:40 to go in the game. We saw Darby Brown, and she was able to show us the players coming onto the field. Blake Shapen, dressed, helmet on, ready to go. And our Paul Catalina joins us from Orlando, outside of the bounce house. And Paul, looks like Shapen will play.
That is fantastic news for Baylor. That changes kind of everything. We didn't know, sometimes, with Dave Aranda day to day, like I say sometimes, he really means day to day. So that today was that good day that we saw for Blake Shapen. He's coming out. That changes a lot for Baylor's offense. Let's see what they can do. They've not had Blake Shapen for a full game this year. So if they can, that kind of changes a lot for this Baylor offense. It's been moribund, to say the least.
All right, Paul, we have discussed and dissected this, and obviously it's almost like an autopsy in a way with 1-3. The loss to Texas State is one that they have to get out of their mouth, the taste of that. And they had that chance when they had the lead against Utah, but a couple of bad interceptions, and Utah just wore them down in the fourth quarter. And then we know what happened, of course, in the loss to Texas. What is your gut feeling? I mentioned this earlier in the week. I just have a feeling getting away will help. Now, does that mean they clear up all the mistakes? Do they stay focused? Do they stay away from false starts? Can they score in the red zone? I don't know. What say you?
I think that Blake Shapen will give them an emotional boost, but I just don't know about this environment in the bounce house. You see some Baylor fans walking through right here.
Welcome to the Big 12.
So I think it'll be a nice energy boost. I just think that this environment might be too tough for them to shake that off. But you never know. I mean, the 2013 team is here. It's very similar to Patrick Mahomes in Lubbock last year, and they won that game handily.
Yeah, the wins they had in Lubbock, very impressive. But in the end, that game was still kind of dicey, and then Baylor kind of opened it up and won. It was a huge emotional game because you mentioned Mahomes being honored. And then the Joey McGuire, Dave Aranda meeting with other former Baylor player or coaches on that staff, and now even another one with Justin Johnson, but that's next week. But then going to Norman to follow that up, it looked like they were back on track, and then they blew a tire. You never know what a win. A road win, any win is good. They need one, but a road win seems to kind of like unify in a way, like bring a team closer together because they're by themselves on the road, and then they have the flight back.
If they can win here, look, it's going to give them a feeling that they can win most anywhere because this is going to be a very hostile environment. The stadium is going to shake during the game. I mean, it's loud. It's going to be crazy. There's going to be emotions going on. UCF has achieved all their goals. You were the first person they're welcoming in to celebrate that with by beating you. That's what they want to do. And if you can take the wind out of their sails, that can buoy your spirits. They just have to put together a consistent game. And they need to, like Smoak, we said this last week, they got to block a punt. They're going to give a scoop and score, block a field goal, something, a big energy play, I think, early in this game to take this crowd out of it because the longer the crowd stays in it at the bounce house, that is bad news for the Bears.
Paul has broadcast from Burger U. He also was at, UCF Social? What was
Bounce House Social Eats.
Bounce House Social Eats, and of course has been with us today live from outside of the Bounce House in Orlando. Let's take out, obviously, Shapen's the big story because he is supposed to be their starting quarterback and went out against Texas State. We know what happened there. But who, you mentioned block a punt, deflect a field goal, scoop and score, pick off a pass, somebody make a play. On offense as well, Keatron Jackson with Shapen at quarterback, maybe it's him. But it does come down to this. Eric Mateos in the offensive line, this is what he's supposed to do, and they have struggled with the run game. You mentioned they have to run the ball. First of all, that may take the crowd out a little bit. They're still juiced up and ready to go. But we haven't seen Richard Reese really have an impact. Richardson's been touch and go. They have Neighbors at running back. Do you think they can run the ball on UCF?
everybody else has, Smokey. I mean, like, that's been the kind of bugaboo for UCF right now. Good defensive line, okay defensive line. The linebackers in the secondary not great at stopping the run. So if you get to that second level, you sometimes get to the third on UCF. So Richard Reese, who has been nearly absent, has to be back there. They need, and again, it would be great. Any touchdown is going to be great. I'm not going to nitpick about a 10-play, 72-yard drive that ends in a 1-yard touchdown. But I think for this team, they need to show that they can score a 40-yard touchdown. They haven't done that either, right? So they need to show that they can do that they can take the top off the defense. All these things we haven't seen, they need to do them today and put some of them together and take this crowd out of it.
Well, if they can run the ball, then they should have more time to throw the ball. But, you're still looking, like you mentioned, for the explosive plays. We've seen Hal Presley, Keytron Jackson, but really just nothing of that, like, wow, that was a big play, or somebody misses a tackle and you go 50 yards after catching with the run. All right, we have given our predictions. We have time here for you to kind of break it down one more time. Give us you mentioned some Baylor fans. How much have you seen of them in Orlando this week?
I've seen a few. I met our good friend Paul Bloss last night.
Yep.
Great guy. He came out to the Bounce House Social Eats. So I've seen a few here and there. It's hard. I see some over here to my left as they're walking in. I mean, there are so many UCF fans. So even if there's a lot of Baylor fans, they're caught in kind of a water wall of nights. But yeah, there's a nice little Baylor contingent. Here. And as far as the game goes, with Shapen playing, I'm going to lower my gap that I had in the predictions. I think Baylor makes this closer and more fun. I still think UCF wins, but I think it's going to be a game in the fourth quarter if Shapen is playing and he is truly healthy.
Do you feel like if they get off and if they don't have the energy that has been missing, and I know people talk about passion, do they care? Of course they do. They're on scholarship. They're there to play the game. How important is a good start? Not to give up a big play, to get off to a decent start, not to take the crowd out, as I mentioned. They're going to be lit up and loud the whole time, but to just somehow maybe weather an early storm.
I think there's a difference that people need to know in passion and confidence.
Yes.
Passion, they're passionate. That's not a problem. Confident has been a problem, and confidence can feed that passion even more. So if you can do things that make you confident, then that passion will show. They need to be confident today, and that's why starting early makes you confident. If they let Timmy McClain in the offense kind of play with them early on, I think you're going to see maybe what you saw against Texas a little bit, and that they just don't feel they have the juice to get it done. And then you're sitting there going, man, what is wrong with this team?
All right, Jack McKenzie has been with you. Give him a little shout out because I know he's been doing a lot of the hard work behind the scenes.
Well, Jack, we sent him into the stadium a little while ago, so I've had my Orlando staff on this, but thanks to Jack for everything. Alex, come here. I'm giving the shot. I want to introduce you to Smokey. Alex Acevedo helped us out yesterday. Say hi to Smokey. She's a student at the University of Alabama. Wants to get into sports broadcasting. Came down here. So Ryan is my cameraman right now, but Jack did an unbelievable job. We had a technical problem yesterday. Jack was a hero, an absolute hero yesterday, Smokey, at Bounce House Social Eats. And he's having a good time. We've lost him to UCF, though. If he's not back on Monday, I will take the blame for that.
Yeah, they'll get a good one if they do. Great job, Paul, throughout the last 3 days in Orlando. Appreciate all the help from behind the scenes. Obviously, behind the scenes, Josh Young and his great staff at KWTX. We appreciate being a part of it all of the time. Garrett Ross, great stuff. Baylor must start well. Blake Shapen playing today makes a difference. They need a win. Do they have that ability to somehow make a play to try to, forget about 1 and 3. Worry about right now. Now is what matters. For everyone I've mentioned, we appreciate the sponsors. We appreciate everybody. 365 Sports and KWTX. Game Day Live. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
The time to save on new furniture is now during Du Bois Furniture's end of summer sell-off. Sell-off savings store-wide, plus secret in-store discounts, plus special financing. This is a great time to buy new furniture. Now at Du Bois Furniture.
Life-affirming resources. We are looking for 350 donors at $30 monthly to provide over 2,000 free life-revealing ultrasounds to moms and dads when it's most critical. Your support of Hope shows every woman and unborn baby that they are valued and treasured by God.
With amazing deals at Allen Samuels in Waco, why shop anywhere else? During Ram Power Days, get a new 1500 Lone Star 4x4 Crew Cab, $11,000 off MSRP, or 2.9% for 72 months. Or choose a new 1500 Laramie 4x4 Crew Cab, $12,500 off MSRP, or 2.9% for 72 months. Allen Samuels is the place to shop Ram trucks.
Come by, let's be friends.
The time to save on better sleep is now during Du Bois Furniture's end of summer sell-off. Epic savings on our huge selection of luxury closeout mattresses and adjustable bases too. Better sleep has never been so affordable. Now at Du Bois Furniture.